Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ted Stevens International Airport, located in Anchorage, Alaska. We are here at the cargo ramp in a UPS 747-8. And today we're going to be flying to San Francisco. Realistically, I don't know if they would do that. And to be honest, I spent a long time trying to find a flight number. There's a lot of flights from Anchorage to Louisville, but I couldn't find a single flight coming out of San Francisco. But that's okay. It might not be the most realistic thing, but you know, it's something. This is gonna be about a 4-hour flight now. I'm using the default 747-8 Intercontinental from Microsoft, their default one that comes with the base game. It's not the greatest. Um, it's really not. This isn't. It does not have a freighter variant in the sim, which is highly unfortunate. So we don't have any cargo doors or anything. It's upsetting. I mean, we have these, but of course, no like actual cargo door. Heck, there are no cargo aircraft. There's no cargo aircraft in this entire sim. This seven now there are no windows in this on this model. That's because there is an option you can do. You can select in an XML file when you're creating the livery to get rid of the windows. I feel like they should also add in like a cargo door, you know. It'd be nice. So yeah, we're here. We got 4 high-powered engines. This plane is known as the Queen of the Skies, and it really is. Don't mind this. It does have issues with mirroring. It's the Queen of the Skies for a reason. I mean, the Airbus A380 is technically larger than this. It does have a full upper deck, a full double deck instead of the 747's half. However, this hump is the most iconic thing in the world. Without further ado, let's hop in the cockpit and let's give her a nice, beautiful startup here. So let me hold up. Just give me a second to clear some space on my desk real quick. I have too much left. There we go. Alright. So this is the cockpit of the 747, and it's fantastic looking, to be honest. I love it. But let's go ahead and get this up. It's morning. It's early morning in Anchorage right now. It's early morning where I am too. It's 10:36 a.m. So let me get to my checklist page here for the 747. Because yes, I did get a much more detailed one. Now, because this is a default, stuff like this add IRS and stuff, this doesn't work. In fact, a lot of these switches don't work. Okay. All right. Well, you know what? We can dump our fuel, but like as you can see, oh, a lot of this stuff is also on by default that part of me doesn't like, anyways. So let's just connect to external power. We're gonna turn on the navigation and logo lights. I'm gonna fire up the APU. Got all of our PFDs and stuff. Any second now. There we go. Alright. Switch on those. And we'll get our ATC clearance. Now, I'm not putting in the flight plan manually. I don't know how to do that. Like, I mean, I've tried. Granted, I have tried. I failed miserably. Yet again, that was also, I didn't really know how to read the sim brief routing. So I could probably do it now, but I also don't want to for this. Sue me. But we are gonna be using in-game ATC.
Clearance delivery UPS Tree 9er 24 Heavy IFR to San Francisco, ready to copy.
UPS Tree 9er 24 Heavy is cleared to San Francisco Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 25 left climb and maintain 8,000 feet. Departure frequency is 118.6 squawk 5045.
UPS Tree 9er 24 Heavy cleared to San Francisco Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 25 left climb and maintain 8,000 feet. Departure on 118.6 squawk 5045.
UPS Tree 9er 24 Heavy read back correct. Contact ground on 121.9er.
Alright. Oh, that's it. Alright. Ah, man, I do love the cockpit of the 747. It's a nice cockpit. You gotta admit. What is that? You know, I don't know. I'll be honest, I don't know. Now, if you think I don't know the systems of the Airbus, oh, get prepared for this. I have no idea the systems of the 747. None. None at all. Think that what you will. I have no clue how this plane is meant to be flown. All I know is I get into the air and I click LNAV. Right, 1117. Is that correct? Yeah, okay. Let's just put in the course. I don't think I actually need to put in the course, given that this is an ILS approach. But I'm gonna do that anyways. Now, VNAV exists. It stands for vertical navigation. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure how it's meant to work. I'm pretty sure it's kind of like I think it's like the Airbus's managed mode for its altitude, where it just follows what the MCDU says to do. LNAV it's lateral navigation, so it's kind of VNAV, I believe, is meant to just follow the MCDU to get you to a certain height, while LNAV is meant to follow the flight plan laterally. So, like, you know, vertical for altitude, lateral for, like, heading. You know what I mean, hopefully. I'll set that to, I'll set it to 0.5 for now. Now, in reality, I don't know if this is the cargo ramp. The flight planning on the sim said that this was a GA large ramp. However, it looks very similar to what I've seen on pictures of Anchorage. At least the airport. So, I don't know. Yet again, I don't really know what planes would be so big that they'd be in here. You know. I feel like this is kind of overkill for most private planes. You know, unless of course, you know, you are a private owner and you bought your own private 747. I don't know. Anyways, let's get our pushback here. Let's send those stairs away. Close the forward door. We'll close those. Huh, that's interesting. Oh no, it does go. My mind was playing tricks on me. It looked like this wasn't moving with the door for a second. But it is. I'm just stupid. We'll go ahead while we're waiting for him. We're gonna turn on the beacon lights. And we'll turn on the fuel pumps. Now, last time I have a freeware C17 Glowmaster which uses this cockpit, and its fuel pumps. When you turn on the fuel pumps, of course, it says on, and that worked fine. However, every time I've used the 747, yeah. So, see, that's what I mean. It's like they either just don't show up or they're off center. I don't know which. So like it's odd, man. It's odd. Yeah. To be honest, every time I've started up this 747, I wait until I'm stopped and after pushback. However, I'll go ahead and start firing her up now. To be honest, I didn't want to do this flight in the 747. I was going to be doing a transcontinental flight. New York to London Heathrow. In the 747, in a British Airways 747. I wanted to do that. However, this is meant to be like a 4-hour flight. The trip from New York to London is meant to be like 7. Now, I've done long hauls in flight sim. I've only done one. It was Paris to JFK, CDG to JFK, in an Air France A330, and I mean that was fun. Oh, I think I heard the click. Yeah, that was fun. You know, all as fun as you can get. Slaving away at flight sim for 8.5 hours. In pain and misery, wanting to go to bed, but you can't, you know? I see why they have relief pilots, but see, I don't have a relief pilot. But, yeah, I did want to do that, but I figured this would be a good way to get into the 747. So far, I have not taken the 747 overseas. But I will be today. Now, I will admit something real quick. Last time I flew the 747 out of Anchorage, it did not go so well. And what I mean by that is I didn't know how to work the plane, so I took off, right? Stupidly, my flight plan had me going from like this runway over here towards that way. And you can't really see because of the low level cloud, but there's mountains over there. We pulled it out this, so I was taking off, I believe it was this runway. And there's mountains. In fact, there's mountains all around. So I didn't know how to work the system, and I slammed this plane straight into a mountain. Was not proud of that. I kept a straight face the entire time. I thought the autopilot could climb out of it, then I realized the autopilot wasn't climbing, despite the fact that I thought it was meant to. Keyword thought. So I switched off the autopilot and just yanked hard on my stick, turned off the auto throttle, went full throttle, Yeah, yeah, that didn't work. So I slammed my plane, I slammed my 747 straight into the mountains. And I learned two things that day. One, didn't know how to work the 747, and two, not to take off towards mountains. That might seem like a pretty self-explanatory thing. Yeah, no, it was not for me. I don't know why I decided to take off towards mountains, but I did. And we can all see the outcome of that. Luckily, I was not recording. Luckily, it was with a fake airline livery, too. Alright, there we go. Just to... Alright. I want all the engines to stabilize before I continue. Alright. Our engine bleeds on. In fact, where even are the bleeds? Are you the bleed airs? I would imagine the bleed airs are, oh, found them. Alright, they're on. Wait. They're not on. I've never turned those on. How does this plane fly? Okay. Alright. That's okay. Alright. Let's just,
Anchorage ground UPS Tree 924 Heavy with Whiskey ready to taxi IFR. UPS Tree 924 Heavy taxi to and hold short of runway 25 left via taxiway uniform Romeo Mike Golf 1 Echo Kilo Charlie cross runway 25 right Charlie. Contact tower on 118 decimal tree when ready. Taxiing hold
put our
short
flaps
runway
to
25
takeoff
left
position.
using taxiway uniform Romeo Mike Golf 1 Echo Kilo Charlie
20
cross
degrees.
runway 25 right Charlie UPS Tree 924 Heavy.
On our spoiler. Yeah. Don't know. Arm it. Arm it, though. Trim as required. You know, the only way I know of trimming this aircraft, this exists, but it's inoperative. This is your backup trim. I believe there's another backup trim. Don't know, though. But the only way I know of trimming this aircraft is this switch. And if I want to find out what trim I'm at, I have to look at this while I trim it up. I'll go like 1.3. I don't know a correct trim, takeoff trim for the 747. Flight controls check. You know, there's no, most of these ECAM pages, even though I believe it's called EICAS on here, most of them are inoperative. So like we have engine and we have fuel, but yeah, hydraulic, everything else. Turn that back on. Everything else is inoperative, which is unfortunate. Now their Salty Simulations has released a freeware 747. I kind of want to start getting into that. Haven't yet though. Hey, is that tug gone? Yes, it is. Good. Okay. We're gonna switch off the parking brake here. And, look at me, ma. I am taxiing a 747. Part of me really kind of wishes that this was an MD-11. Not to diss the 747, but the MD-11's just a fantastic plane. It like, you know, there is a freeware MD-11. Okay. It is a port from FSX, okay? Now, the MD-11, it's a big plane. It's a trijet. It has 3 engines. It uses... get this. It uses the default Airbus A320 cockpit. I thought it was bad seeing an Airbus cockpit in a 737. It's even worse. Okay, it's even worse seeing an Airbus cockpit in a McDonnell Douglas. There's also a port of a MD-90 that's coming out soon. Not soon, actually, not soon at all. But it's like $110. I personally don't think that's it's a port. It better be good. That's all I'll say. It's a port. It better be good for $110. Now I've switched off all air traffic because of the reasons, you know, the usual reason why. Now I'll admit I'm not the greatest at landing this 747. I'm not the greatest at flying this 747. If you came here for, you know, if you came here for actual ways to fly a 747, or if you came here for max realism out of flying this 747, you came to the wrong place. Because I don't know how to fly this plane, to be honest. I mean, I've flown it before. I flew from New York and back in it, which not how you're meant to fly this. I've flown cross country, across the USA. I believe it was JFK to LAX. And you know, I've got it up in the air, turned on the autopilot, and I've landed it. Not smoothly, but I've landed it. But like, I personally just don't believe that I'm flying it correctly. Mainly because this thing's more complex than the Airbus A320, and I of course recently learned that I was flying that incorrectly. So I don't know what to believe anymore. I believe that's the passenger terminal. I believe. I'd hope. Otherwise, there's just random jetways connected to a building for no reason. Hey, PMDG. When you release your 747 for Microsoft Flight Sim, may it please come with a freighter variant? You've done that for every other flight sim. I mean, your DC-6 has one, I believe. I don't think it's a extra download that you get. But please have your 747 come with a freighter variant. That would be fantastic. Same with your 777, if there's even a freighter variant of the 777. I'd imagine there is. There might not be. I don't know. Alright. We'll, switch off taxi lights, switch on the strobe lights and the landing lights. Oh, that's good. That is good. Okay. Transponder to TARA. TCAS switch as required, which I cannot interact with. Let's arm the auto throttle. Flaps are at 20. Go back to rejected takeoff. All of this is set. Now, I know we're not meant to be above 250, below 10. However, there are exceptions for big planes like this. Because it's a heavy plane. It weighs, or it's, hold up, you know what? Let me see. It has a max takeoff weight of 987 pounds. 987,000 pounds. Wow. The plane weighs over 1,000,000 pounds. It can weigh over 1,000,000 pounds at least. It's a heavy plane. It needs speed. So in fact, I'm gonna raise that up a little to 270. So all of this is good. Let's 1183. So they get our takeoff clearance.
Anchorage Tower UPS Tree 924 Heavy ready for departure runway 25 left IFR to San Francisco.
UPS Tree 924 Heavy altimeter 29.85.120 at 7. Cleared for takeoff runway 25 left.
Cleared for takeoff runway 25 left UPS Tree 924 Heavy.
So this is meant to be, I believe, a 12,000-foot runway. So this is going to be interesting. Now I'm landing in San Francisco. San Francisco is pretty windy every time I've ever flown in this sim. Never been to San Francisco. It's always been windy, so I've never flown this thing into a wind. So don't ask me how this is going to go. Now, if you please indulge me here for a second while I struggle to find a toga switch. I'm not going to be able to find it. Okay, it's just instrument. No, 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 maybe. There we go. That essentially, I believe that's a real button on the aircraft. I did have it assigned to a button on my Honeycomb Bravo. However, you have to hold it instead of just press it. Don't know why. So now we're gonna be screaming down the runway with a V1 of like 180 knots.
V1.
Turning on the autopilot. I suck at flying this plane.
UPS Tree 924 Heavy contact Anchorage departure on 118.6.
You've got it.
Going to 118.6 UPS Tree 924 Heavy.
Hey, robot.
Anchorage departure UPS Tree 924 Heavy is passing
Deal with it,
1,400 feet, climbing 8,000 feet.
UPS Tree 924 Heavy Anchorage, departure altimeter 29.85, continue as planned.
Trying my best not to get a stick shaker. That's essentially Boeing's way of saying, hey, about to stall. Every time I've taken this thing off, I've brought up my flaps too early, and I've gotten a stick shaker, which isn't good. Climb and maintain.
Climb and maintain 17,000 feet UPS Tree 924 Heavy.
UPS Tree 924 Heavy climb and maintain flight level 180.
Climb and maintain flight level 180 UPS Tree 924 Heavy.
So hopefully we've climbed high enough by the time. I mean, you're meant to be climbing at like 2,000 feet per minute, but you do you. Alright, Microsoft, hey, rework your system here. Because even though this had a green light, signifying that it was on, it was, in fact, not on. Hopefully we climb high enough before we, reach these mountains. As you can see, I can't see. Visibility is poor in these clouds, but it looks like we're gonna clear them. I will not hold out any hope. Why are you climbing? I mean, it's not like you can't handle it. You're like a 5-degree pitch, but no. Does it say? Oh, I thought that said 85. It's like, dang, bro. So if you want to quickly see our flight plan, probably just climb through these clouds menacingly. So we're going to be flying over the Pacific, following the Canadian and American coastline before we cross over land. We're just going to come down all the way through here onto 28 right at San Francisco. Like I said, should be about 4.5 hours. I don't know. I've done this flight before, not in 747. Alright, looks like we cleared the mountains, which is good. Still can't see, but we cleared the mountains.
UPS 39er, 24 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 133.7.
133.7 for UPS 39er 24 heavy. Anchorage Center UPS 39er 24 heavy is passing 9,100 feet, climbing flight level 180. UPS 39er 24 heavy Anchorage Center altimeter 29.85, continue to Knoll as planned.
Ew. Excuse me. So it does say that there's some weather here. All in front of us. This is the most gradual I've ever climbed in a 747 at 2,000 feet per minute, and we practically have a cruise pitch. Huh, I guess that's what happens when you have 4 huge engines. You know, I learned something. I believe it's the Boeing 777X. I think it was. If it was, I can't remember. It's one of the Boeings. But they have such a big engine. Their engine is so big that you can essentially put it in the fuselage of an Airbus A320. It's like the size. It's essentially the diameter of an A320. And that blew my mind. Once we get out of these clouds and, you know, I can actually see what's in front of me, I'll know. I really wish we didn't have these clouds, because Anchorage is a pretty beautiful place with some great sights from the air. And, you know, can't really see stuff when you're in cloud. It's like if someone blindfolded you and then told you to look at their lamp up. You just couldn't. These are my wipers, yeah. We should hopefully be, but this is the most amount of cloud I've ever seen. There's so much. So because of that, we should hopefully be bursting through this cloud soon. Oh. That?
UPS tree 924
What's that
heavy
those
climb
twin
and maintain
things?
flight level 230.
I don't know if I believe it.
Climb and maintain flight level 230 UPS tree 924 heavy.
Alright. Ooh. It's like teasing me with blue sky. That's really all I need of this checklist here until we begin our descent. So, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna close that out. I'm just getting small snippets of the blue. Okay, you were the best sight. Why? I'm not popular. Why is my phone blowing up? This is the most depressing thing I've ever said about myself.
UPS tree 924 heavy climb and maintain flight level 330. Climb and maintain flight level 330 UPS tree 924 heavy.
Oh, blue. There's blue. Let's look at the terrain. Yes, yes. We're about to punch. We're about to be through. It's still just teasing me with blue. So we're cruising at an altitude of about 39,000 feet. Ugh, come on. I believe we are now through. If we can get over whatever's in front of us here. But, I mean, it's just cloud, but like, you know. Man, compared to FSX, these clouds are the greatest thing in the world. You know what? I'll say this. Compared to FSX, this sim wins in some places. And then in a lot of other places it don't. One thing it definitely wins in is graphics and default aircraft. I say that because default aircraft in FSX did not have this. They didn't have an MCDU. They had a lot more operative switches, that's for sure, but they did not have an MCDU.
UPS tree 924 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 133.6.
The Airbus A321 that came with it, it had a nav mode and a loc mode.
Anchorage Center UPS tree 924 heavy is at flight
And you
level
had
265
this
climbing
switch
flight
on
level
24/7.
330.
The 747, the 744, the 747-4 that came with it
UPS tree 9er,
did not have an
24
LNAV or
heavy,
VNAV.
Anchorage Center. Continue to Mike Delta. Oscar is planned.
Like I just said, it had a loc mode. You had this switch, but then it had another switch like right here that if you pressed it, it would either display nav or loc. You would switch that to loc and then press this and it would follow your flight plan. When you wanted to line up with the runway to catch the localizer, you would switch it to nav and you'd have to make sure your ILS frequency and course was set correctly. You'd switch it to nav and then you would then press this again and then it would align with the runway. The A321 didn't have any of its managed modes. It was different. And again, no MCDU. To be honest, compared to this, not too great graphics. I just wanted to get that screenshot. I'm gonna reduce our speed to 270 and reduce our vertical speed. And might reduce it even more. Depends. Can you... Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll just go open climb. Let me figure out how I meant to do that. Oh, wait. I don't think you have an open climb. You don't, do you? Oh, wait. Flight level change. That's your open climb. That's the Boeing equivalent of open climb. It tries to maintain whatever you have here, while also, essentially, it finds a good vertical speed based on whatever you have here. So like 270 knots, it'll try and find a vertical speed to climb to whatever this is, while also maintaining your speed. Now we might have to do a stepped climb here. I don't know. I believe 500 feet per minute is the limit. You're not meant to go lower than that. I'm pretty sure at that point it's just do a step climb. Unless you want to do a very slow, continuous climb. Which, I mean, you can. Not in this sim because ATC will get mad at you, but... Is there a way I can... Yeah. Alright. I believe in you. The 747 that could. Maybe. And that flight level change is actually possibly the greatest thing in the
UPS
world.
39er, 24 heavy climb, and maintain flight level 390.
Let's see if we have to do a step climb, yeah?
Climb and maintain flight level 390 UPS 3924 heavy.
We'll know if we have to do a step climb by just seeing how slow this plane gets. In FSX, I don't know if this translates into this. In FSX, if you were too heavy, the second you passed 30,000 feet, you could be going like 300 knots. But the second you passed 30,000 feet, if you were heavy enough, the plane would just fall out of the sky into an uncontrollable descent. You would just, it wouldn't even nose down. And even if you went full throttle, nose down, going 7,000 knots, you would not be able to pull that plane up. It would just it wouldn't dive. It would just go into an unrecoverable stall, of which there was no escape. And that caused a lot of issues with me on Flight Sim. I haven't had it happen on me yet, but I've been very wary of it. And I mean, it's theoretically true. If a plane was heavy enough and you put it at too high of an altitude, it would just stall, because it's just simply too heavy for the air. However, I don't think it goes from, climbing at like 300 knots perfectly fine to just immediate, you're literally falling out of the sky and not being able to recover. I don't think that's how it works. I could be wrong, as I'm not a pilot, but I don't think that's how that works. It might lose some altitude, might lose a lot of altitude, but I don't think the second you pass that 30,000 mark that the plane would just drop like a rock. Is that 600 or 9? Okay, 9. I know there's a lot of views out, but I do want to make sure we actually get to our cruise out safely. Man, there's just cloud for miles. It does look like we'll be fine. I don't know. She'll probably be fine. The reason I'm not using VNav is because I don't think it works the way it's meant to. I've heard a lot of people saying it don't work at all. I've heard a lot of people saying it works with some issues. But LNAV seems to work fine. It has to work fine. But yeah, LNAV seems to work fine. And well, really, that's all you need, technically. You don't... VNav is one of those things to where, yeah, it's nice to use, but you don't have to use it. Because, of course, it's essentially this, It's essentially your vertical speed and your altitude combined into one that you don't have to worry about. Oh, the plane can't make it apparently. Alright, I'll request a crew, here.
Anchorage Center UPS tree 924 heavy.
I'll level
Request
off
flight
here.
level tree 70.
I'll level off here at 37,000 for a couple of
UPS
minutes.
tree 924
Shave
heavy
off
descent
some
and
fuel.
maintain flight level 370.
And then we'll climb back up to 39,000.
Descend and maintain
Did not mean
flight
to
level
click that.
370 UPS tree 924 heavy.
I don't like the fact that you're... Mainly, I don't like that because you're gonna... ATC's gonna yell at me. You are 200 feet above your assigned altitude. So yeah, we'll just sit here at 37,000 for a little bit, shave off some fuel, and then we'll climb back up. Man, can I just say, I have mad respect for 747 pilots. Mad respect, dudes. Y'all rock. Alright. 5 minutes, I'll climb up to 39,000. 5 minutes, so. Now, I haven't been timing this, but if my math is correct, and by that, if I remember correctly, if I remember what time I started this, I've been in the air for about an hour. If I can alt tab, I've been recording for 53 minutes. Alright, well, I haven't been in the air for an hour, but I've been here for an hour. That's what I meant to say. There's no chronometer in this plane. So yeah, when it's 12 p.m. for me is when I'll climb up to 39,000. Oh my god. I just got a thing from Vast Aviation on my YouTube. I'm recommended. 2 years ago, a Bonanza, a plane, forced to ditch in the Atlantic. Pilot survived and rescued. That is honestly surprising. It's good, but surprising. Ditching in the Atlantic is not. It's nicht gut. Nicht gut. And I will be right back real quick. I would just like to say that I'm I'm really stupid. It was 11:25 when I said it when it's 12 and in 5 minutes. I don't know how I let's just climb.
Anchorage Center
Let's
UPS
climb to
3924 Heavy.
39,000 here.
Request flight level 390.
Oof, wow me. What are the views? Still
UPS
cloud. Oh, a little
39er,
view of
24
the
heavy
ocean down
climb
there.
and maintain flight level 390.
But no time for admiring. We're climbing.
Climb and maintain flight level 390 UPS 3924 Heavy.
Got a little view of the ocean down there. Again, really hoping we didn't have these clouds. That way we could actually look at the ocean. And either flight level change ain't working or it's just refusing to climb. Alright, it's climbing now. So I doubt we've actually shaved off. I doubt we've actually shaved off a lot of fuel, but hey, we're climbing at 1,000 feet per minute, so. Man, I really want the PMDG 737. It ain't out. It ain't out yet. Are you disarmed? No. Well, now you are. It's. I mean. It's not out yet, and it likely won't be out until like a long time. And I saw a dude saying it might be coming out anywhere from late this year to early next year. I don't know. I don't know when, but they're planning on coming out with a 737, 747, and a 777. Yes to all three. No to my wallet. I mean, PMDG is known to have expensive aircraft. They're study level, built by engineers, not built by, but like programmed and by like actual people who work on the plane, and they usually go for about $100. I don't have $100. I will literally count out how much money I have.
UPS 39er, 24 heavy contact Anchorage Center
Why
on
are all my
119er
ones
decimal
over
tree.
there? But then you just got like this, the one.
119er decimal tree for UPS 39er 24 Heavy. Anchorage Center UPS 39er 24 Heavy.
I have
flight level
$54.
390.
Here, PMDG, give me a 737. I'll give you $54 and a hat. It's a nice hat. It's camo. That I'm not gonna wear right now because I have a headphone on. But I got $54. Take it or leave it. All right. I want your 737. Please. I also considered buying their DC-6, and I decided against it, not because I don't think it's worth it, but because with something like the DC-6, I just don't see myself getting a lot of... It's $50, okay? But I don't see myself getting a lot of use out of it. Because I love old vintage aircraft, like turboprops, like the DC-6. And I love flying around in you know, turboprop and piston aircraft that don't have modern navigation instruments, like the Cessna 152 that I did yeah, a couple days ago, like that, or yesterday I think it was. Maybe it was a couple days ago. I don't know. I think I'm dead right now because I have had such a screwed up sleep schedule that I'm kind of surprised that it is daylight out. But like the DC-6, it's I love it. All right, it's a fantastic aircraft. And okay, it was 2 days ago. It's a fantastic aircraft. It's old, it's vintage, and it doesn't have modern equipment. It's all steam gauges. It's vor to vor. It's not like this where, you know, you flip a button and boom, it just follows a flight plan. No, it's not like that. It's very different in its systems, and I do like that. And I would put in the time to actually learn how to fly the aircraft. I would do that. However, I probably wouldn't use it that much compared to stuff like the A320 and the 747. Because, well, one of the reasons I play flight simulators is to kind of put some love, put some care, you know, try and appease my love for aviation, my want to be a pilot. While, you know, because I'm not a pilot and I can't become a pilot for a couple of years. Because stupid FAA laws with their age requirements. So I play flight sim. And in today, really not a lot of airlines fly the DC-6. Yes, the DC-6 still flies, I'm pretty sure. But it's very few. Only a couple airlines fly it. And they're in, I don't think it flies anymore in your main it doesn't fly in your main aviation companies like Southwest, Delta, American, British Airways, EasyJet, Lufthansa. Doesn't fly with them. In fact, I think it only flies with like smaller, very small cargo airlines now. Let me look. Does the DC-6 still fly? Okay, yeah, that's also another thing. Military and wildfire control roles. So it says more than 700 built and many still fly today in cargo, military, and wildfire control roles. Alright. So they still do fly, but like I said, just not many places. It's not common. So like someone like me, who if I went to fly for like Delta, you know, I wouldn't fly it. However, I would be flying stuff like their A320s, their RJs, their 737s, like the you know, there's an Embraer on the marketplace right now. There is an Embraer, I believe it's a 550. No, Embraer has. I'm thinking of the CRJ. There's an Embraer. I think it's an E170. I think E175 maybe. I believe. And then of course the CRJ 700 and 550 by Areasoft. Both of which I like. I haven't flown them, but those are the things I would be flying. Specifically the Embraer and the CRJ. Starting out at least. And those things, I kind of do want to buy that CRJ. By Areasoft. One, it's Areasoft, which is, it's well known for their aviation add-ons for FSX, P3D, X-Plane. And I definitely do want it. I was watching a video on it the other day, and by that I mean last night at like 3 a.m. And it's a very fine aircraft, both in real life and the sim. But anyways, here we are at cruise altitude. Let's get one more external shot. Still nothing but cloud. the beautiful UPS 747 with a nose up attitude.
UPS tree 924 heavy contact.
And
Anchorage
that is
center on
me
119.0.
done for the world for like 3
Going to
hours.
119.0 UPS tree 924 heavy.
That's all for me for now. I'll be back when
Anchorage
we're
Center UPS tree 924 heavy
well,
flight level
at the
tree
usual
90.
160 miles out. So, see you soon.
UPS 39er, 24 Heavy Anchorage Center, continue to 57 and 40 as planned. UPS 39er, 24 heavy contact Anchorage Center on 120.55.
120.55 for UPS 39er 24 heavy. Anchorage Center UPS 39er 24 heavy flight level 390.
UPS 39er, 24 heavy Anchorage Center, continue to KATCH as planned. UPS 39er, 24 heavy contact Vancouver Center on 133.4.
133.4 UPS 39er 24 heavy. Vancouver Center UPS 39er 24 heavy flight level 390.
UPS 39er, 24 heavy Vancouver Center, continue to a plan is planned. UPS 39er, 24 heavy contact Vancouver Center on 132.2.
Going to 132.2 UPS 39er 24 heavy. Vancouver Center UPS 39er 24 heavy flight level 390.
UPS 39er 24 heavy Vancouver Center, continue to at map as planned. UPS tree 9er 24 heavy contact Vancouver Center on 1 tree 2.9er.
Going to 1 tree 2.9er UPS tree 9er 24 heavy. Vancouver Center UPS tree 9er 24 heavy flight level tree 90.
UPS tree 9er 24 heavy Vancouver Center continue as planned. UPS tree 9er 24 heavy contact Seattle Center on 125.1.
125.1 for UPS tree 9er 24 heavy. Seattle Center UPS tree 9er 24 heavy flight level tree 90.
UPS tree 9er 24 heavy Seattle Center continue as planned. UPS Tree 9er, 24 heavy contact Seattle Center on 128.3.
128.3 UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy. Seattle Center UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy flight level Tree 90.
UPS Tree 9er, 24 heavy Seattle Center, continue to KS06A as planned. UPS Tree 9er, 24 heavy contact Seattle Center on 124.2.
124.2 UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy. Seattle Center UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy flight level Tree 90.
UPS Tree 9er, 24 heavy Seattle Center, continue to KS06A as planned. UPS 39er, 24 heavy contact Seattle Center on 125.8.
Going to 125.8 UPS 39er 24 heavy. Seattle Center UPS 39er 24 heavy flight level 390.
UPS 39er, 24 heavy Seattle Center, continue to KS72 as planned. UPS 39er, 24 heavy contact Seattle Center on 121.4.
Going to 121.4 UPS 39er 24 heavy. Seattle Center UPS 39er 24 heavy flight level 390.
UPS 39er 24 heavy Seattle Center, continue to KS72E as planned. UPS 39er 24 heavy contact Seattle Center on 125.8.
125.8 UPS 39er 24 heavy. Seattle Center UPS 39er 24 heavy flight level 390.
UPS 39er, 24 heavy Seattle Center, continue to KS72E as planned. UPS 39er, 24 heavy contact Seattle Center on 121.4.
Going to 121.4 UPS 39er 24 heavy. Seattle Center UPS 39er 24 heavy flight level 390.
UPS 39er 24 heavy Seattle Center, continue to KS72E as planned. UPS Tree 924 Heavy contact Seattle Center on 124.85.
124.85 for UPS Tree 924 Heavy. Seattle Center UPS Tree 924 Heavy flight level Tree 90.
UPS Tree 924 Heavy Seattle Center continue to KS72E as planned. UPS Tree 924 Heavy contact Seattle Center on 127.6.
Going to 127.6 UPS Tree 924 Heavy. Seattle Center UPS Tree 924 Heavy flight level Tree 90.
UPS Tree 924 Heavy Seattle Center, continue to KS72 as planned. UPS 39er, 24 heavy contact Oakland Center on 128.8.
128.8 UPS 39er 24 heavy. Oakland Center UPS 39er 24 heavy flight level 390.
UPS 39er 24 heavy Oakland Center, continue to NYO as planned.
coming back. Just making sure we haven't been told to descend or anything. Okay. I don't know why, it's a little laggy. 40 FPS. Not happy about it. I mean, like, it's not like, oh no, 50, you're 40 FPS and you my 60. No, I'm okay with 40. Not ideal though. I don't know why it's lagging either. But this makes me just want to get on the ground before the lag gets too bad. I've had some instances to where my game has gotten to a point, usually after I've been playing for, or simming, flying for multiple hours straight. I know one time I was flying an A320 from Phoenix to Los Angeles. I had to pause my game. I had to pause because I had to go help my parents work outside. So I paused it. I didn't think it would be that long. 4 hours later. So the game had been paused. The sim had been paused for 4 hours. I came back, you know, to resume the flight. The lag was so bad. And I'm not saying like, oh, it was 30 FPS. No, I mean like it kept on jumping between 10 and 20 FPS. Just kept on jumping. And I'm sorry, but 20 is as low as I'll go. Anything lower than that and I just can't stand it. Not to mention it also affects flying. The smoother it is, the nicer it is to control. Especially on approach. I just couldn't do it. So I just quit.
Oakland Center UPS 3924 heavy
I
flight
could not
level
do it.
390.
Another time I was flying from JFK to LAX, again in the A320, the lag got so horrible, the game kept, as I got over the Rockies, the game just stuttered horribly. It was running at like 50 to 60 FPS, but then like every couple of seconds, it would just shoot down to like 5, stutter to a crawl for like 10 seconds before going back up to 60, and it just kept on doing that on repeat. I could not handle it. I ended up just quitting, because I just know, I ain't dealing with that. I'm gonna get my decent checklist on the ready. Also was having a strong debate with myself whether or not to buy the Areasoft CRJ 700. I have the money to. I don't know if there's enough money in the bank account to though. Where's the descent checklist? Right, yeah, right here. I think I'm just gonna take this page out, because this is an important page and it has a speed restrictions and stuff for the flaps and such. So yeah, I'm gonna just take this page out. I have this on a I have all the papers in a binder and they're all organized, starting with checklists, and they're all numbered. So like it goes Airbus A320 Neo, and it has all the checklists for it, and then there's another divider for the 747, all of that, all those checklists, and then there's another divider for the 787, which I don't have, and then it has aircraft specifications and ILS frequencies after that. This was all in a notebook, and I decided against that. I accidentally ripped one of the pages to where there's the actual things that it's meant to hold. The circles in the paper that's meant to hold it into the binder. We accidentally ripped 2 of those, so my A320 Neo checklist is just kind of, the divider is just kind of there. Alright. I'll close that. Now I just have this paper here, which I'll use to reference my speed and such. I got the speed on the A320 down good. What speeds I should be at, how to do it, when I should put out the flaps. I got it there. Don't know for the 747 though. Descent checklist, ILS frequency check set, FMC approach page, check for B. 63. No. Alright. We should be, well, it might actually be a little bit longer before we start descending. Because of course, you know, we're 110 miles to this, but then if we like took this and just, yeah, like anywhere from between this. So it might be a bit longer before, it is going to be a bit longer before we start descending, but I'd rather be prepared. Let's take a look at the exterior view, yeah? Beautiful. Earlier, when we had the caution up and it said low fuel, it's because of course, these tanks were empty, and the reason why I was staring down at this was just to make sure. I've had an issue with this a long time ago. One of the first times I flew this plane, of course, all these fuel pumps were good. Oh, man. All these fuel pumps were on and good. However, when these two tanks ran out, it didn't switch to these tanks, the outer tanks, like it was meant to, and so I just lost fuel. I mean, this tank was still feeding this engine, and this tank was feeding this engine, but it was not feeding these two engines. Now, immediately you would think that's an issue with the actual fuel valves and the pumps. Maybe like some are not on, so they're not feeding it. All of them were on. There was really no reason. I don't know. Maybe I screwed something up. But yeah, it would just not feed engine 2 and 3, so I lost those two engines. And that was also the day I learned that a 747 in Microsoft Flight Sim can fly on 2 engines. Surprised me. It also did a similar thing with the A320neo. Now the A320neo is you have 6 fuel pumps. It's very noticeable when they're off, because it's white. It's a white light at the fuel pump where it is. I ran out of fuel in my inner. It was either my inner wing tank. No. I think I ran out of fuel in. No. What? I think it was the center tank. It was either the center tank or the inner wing tank that ran out of fuel. Either one. And I lost both engines coming in for an approach to LAX. And I was over the Atlantic too. And wow me. I was over the Pacific too. Wow me. I was coming in for like 7 left when it just stopped feeding the engine, so we ran out of fuel. And don't mind me just casually saying Los Angeles is on the east coast of the United States. Wow. Anyways, I was just making sure it's that these fuel tanks were being used and that it was feeding all the engines. That's why the second this dropped down by 0.1, I just... God, that's horrible. Okay. Come on, Microsoft. Why can the 747 switch seamlessly between EAS and Mach? But the A320 can't. You get up like past 7.78 Mach, and it's just stuck in Mach until you get below 26,000. Like, come on, man. I'm sensing some bias here, which is odd. Microsoft is an American company, yes, but Asobo, you know, the developers, I believe they're a French company. Microsoft, I'm sensing some bias. Seem to put more love into the American plane rather than you have the... Is Airbus British or French? Is Airbus British or French? France. Okay. Its headquarters is in... Not even gonna attempt. It's in a city in France. So they are a French company. Glad I finally confirmed. Look at how spacious this cockpit is, though. It's such a large cockpit. Which is so odd in my opinion. Because, like, yeah, if this plane was made in the 70s, not the 8, not the Dash 8, but, I mean, like, this would be where a flight engineer would go. And, you know, we don't have flight engineers anymore. So they just repurposed this area for, like, documents, I guess. And a monitor. You could put a microwave in there. mean, I wouldn't recommend it, but you could. Do you also have a landing checklist? No, you have the full thing. You have the ILS approach and landing checklist. Alright, that's cool. But now I just wait until I get my descent instruction. Let me check. I've been recording for 4 hours, 7 minutes, 18 seconds. Wow. And up. Thought I lowered this. Alright. This plane okay? Alright, it's calmed down a little now. Alright, that's that. I want to ask my biggest gripe about this plane. The fact that it has this little iPad here, whatever.
UPS
It's unusable.
3924 heavy contact Oakland Center on 125.75.
Going to 125.75 UPS 3924 heavy. Oakland Center UPS 3924 heavy flight level 390.
UPS 3924 heavy Oakland Center, continue to INYO as planned.
You got it, sir. Okay. Because of some quick Googling, my drink's over by my bed. Hold up. Don't tell me to descend while I'm over here. I swear to God, I will come through this monitor and slice your... I can't reach it. Apparently it was empty. But after some quick Googling, just looking up what speed I should descend at, I was thinking 250, but then I also remembered that you're meant to retract your flaps at 250. I don't know, but we'll descend at 250. Kind of 40-knot headwind. Oh, that's not. Google says descend at about 105 nautical miles away at 250 indicated airspeed at 1,500 to 2,000 feet per minute. I will go 2,000 feet per minute. 250 knots at whenever ATC tells me to descend. Which should hopefully not be too long. Now, judging from the looks ahead, the extreme lack of cloud all over the west coast, I'm gonna turn off that weather display. Except I'll keep it up because that gives me my only indication. Unless you do too.
UPS tree 924 heavy contact
Alright.
Oakland Center
I'll
on
keep this on just because it
121.25.
gives me my only indication of range. Because like if it's
121.25
off, it's just like,
UPS
well, I'm
tree
less than
924
160
heavy.
miles. That's all I know. With it on, it gives a rough
Oakland Center, UPS
basis.
tree 924 heavy
So like
flight
this is
level tree 90.
160. This is of course 0, so
UPS
like
tree 924 heavy Oakland Center continue to diamet as planned.
40, 80, 120, 160. So like we're about maybe 100, maybe 140 out. Man, I really wish this had a feature like the A32NX, and you know what? It might, and I just can't access it because, of course, this is a weird plane with its MCDU. Not because it's so weird, not because like it's bad, but because it's Microsoft. Might be bad. But like where, you know how on the A32NX we just, you know, I've done it where you can just see how far away you are from like really anything, but mainly airports. And I occasionally will just glance down and type in the airport ICAO. I wish I could do that, but I cannot. It's unfortunate. I'll just screw around on my phone until I told to descend. Ooh. An A350 takeoff and landing in St. Martin.
UPS tree 924 heavy descend and maintain flight level tree 20. Keep speed not above 290 knots.
Descend and maintain flight level tree 20. Keep speed not above 290 knots. UPS tree 924
You
heavy.
got it, Chief. Vertical speed 2,000 feet per minute. Indicated airspeed 250 knots. Wow, that was a very, very short screw around on my phone till told to descend moment. Are we losing speed? Yes, we are. Okay. Very, very slowly, but
UPS tree
I might have to give it
924
some
heavy
speed
contact
break.
Oakland Center on 126.85.
Too much. Let's take a look at that speed break.
UPS tree 924 heavy.
Give her a little more just so. Ooh, why are we pitching up?
Oakland Center,
Look at
UPS
those
tree
speed
924 heavy is at flight level tree 75, descending flight level tree 20.
This is. I don't know if this is. I want to change. I want a different livery for this, and I don't know if this is. I don't know if that's specifically this livery or if it's just an issue with liveries in general on this plane, but it's just so weird. Like, why does that happen? If you see if I get far enough away, it makes no sense. Same on this side. I don't get it, but it's horrifying. Man, that real quick on this A350 landing that I was just talking about. Whoa. That pilot really yanked that stick right before touchdown. Alright, anyways. Put that away. The place I'm parking at, if it takes me to the same spot, it's meant to be it's next to what is apparently a United Airlines maintenance area. According to Google, cargo aircraft are stored next to it or nearby it. But it's mainly like it was a Korean air cargo, and I think, I don't know. I have no idea what the other airline was. My dog barking? Yep. Probably at some. We have birds in our chimney. So that, yeah. Give me another descent instruction.
UPS tree 924 heavy descend and maintain flight level 270.
Wish you
Descend and
just
maintain
give me
flight level
instructions for a
270.
continuous
UPS tree
descent
924 heavy.
instead of making me level off. There's a mod to get rid of this thing to where if I just move my mouse up here, it pops this up, and if I move it away, that little white bar, that's gone. Apparently, Microsoft is also adding. They're either adding a setting to remove it, or they're removing that entirely. I'm in favor of it. That it's so annoying. I moved my mouse a slight bit, and it's like, you want toolbar? No, no, I do not. That's one thing FSX just lords over Microsoft Flight Sim. The fact that you can hide the toolbar unless you hold Alt. Someone also said if you hold Tab, it shows up. And even then, it's so much less noticeable. Instead of just having a big white bar at the top of your screen, it's just a small gray bar at the very top. It blends in rather well, and if it annoys you, if you want to get a good cinematic, you just right-click. Move your mouse down, click hide. That's it. FSX. Still a great sim. It has a CRJ, so it's a great sim. It's a great default sim. It's FSX compared to Microsoft Flight Sim. There's a lot of there's no real oh this one's better. They're both better in their own unique ways. And that's all I'll say. I don't want to do this, but I have to. I just want to check real quick something. I think it's power management. Would I find it? Maybe not. Auto throttle disconnect. That is yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure that that's saved. I had an issue with my presets, and by that I mean I'm always having issues with presets. My presets keep overriding each other. So like I'm on a quad jet. I have presets for a twin GA, single GA, twin jet, and quad jet.
UPS 3924 heavy descend and maintain flight level 220. Keep speed not above 280 knots.
And
Descend and maintain
you
flight
know,
level
I have it
220,
set to where
keep
like if
speed
I
not
want to
above
fly like a
280
little
knots,
Cessna,
UPS
I just
3924
put
heavy.
in the levers, the correct levers, and I just switch it to single GA. And if I want to then go fly an A320, I put in the commercial levers, you know, speed brakes, flaps, and stuff, and I switch it to twin jet. But I keep on having an issue to where it'll overwrite the presets. Now pretty much everything's the same except of course, you know, throttle, like, you know, because like for like a single GA aircraft, and turboprops, most of them have, you know, mixture, propeller control, or propeller pitch I should say, and throttle. And if I like switch to like twin jet, you know, what it should have is engine 1 and 2 throttle, flaps, and speed brakes axis, but it will overwrite them. And then put like if I have single GA, it'll overwrite it and then switch those with, you know, engine axis, propeller pitch, and mixture, and it completely erases that. And that's so annoying because then I have to go in, remove those, and then I have to recalibrate my throttle and flaps and speed brakes. And it gets worse when I switch from twin jet to GA. It gets worse because I have to remove the axis for the throttle. I have to remove the button that because the throttles have a spoiler, not a spoiler. They have a reverse thruster, and it's like a button. You pull it back and it activates a button. So I have to remove that. I have to remove the flap axis and the speed brake axis. It's just annoying. There's no reason for it either. It's a preset. They should not conflict with each other. That's the point of having presets, so you can seamlessly switch from having one control set to another. They're not meant to interact with each other. Why do they interact with each other? It's like my presets don't matter. What's the point of a preset if it don't work? It's so annoying. Archie, 60 miles, 40 miles, right? Yeah. What in the world is the reasoning behind this? What in God's name is that? Why? What? Okay. Let's ignore that. Wrong. The plane will be fine.
UPS tree 924 heavy descend and maintain 14,000 feet.
Descend and maintain 14,000 feet. UPS tree 924 heavy.
UPS tree 924 heavy contact Oakland Center on 127.45.
God, I love.
Going to
I love this thing
127.45 UPS tree
I
924
really want
heavy.
an MD-11.
Oakland Center UPS tree
It's an
924
MD-11.
heavy is at flight level 215 descending 14,000 feet.
Also want an MD-80 and a COJ.
UPS tree 9er.
I want a lot of
Oakland
planes.
Center. Continue to fly as planned.
Too many planes in the world. There's too many planes in the world and too little planes for Microsoft Flight Sim. I accidentally insulted someone on the Flood by Wire team. Let me explain. I was on Reddit, alright? I can't remember what we were all talking about. But, I said something like, you know, oh yeah, it was on a post I made about my first long haul flight. And, some dude was talking about having issues with the A330, which was the plane I used for the long haul. And, you know, I was like, you know, it's fine. It works fine for me. And some person from the fly-by-wire team commented saying, yeah, you know, the plane works okay, but its dev team, they've abandoned it. They haven't updated it. They haven't done updates that they promised they would. And I commented back saying, well, it's freeware, so I don't have much expectations for it because, you know, from experience, most freeware, you know, they get posted, they get updated like once and then abandoned. And then, you know, they're on the fly-by-wire team, and the fly-by-wire team made the, of course, they made the Airbus A320X mod that reworks the A320neo to make it a lot better, which is a freeware aircraft. And I said that, and they replied back to me saying that's a pretty blatant statement. Some dev teams know how to manage freeware. With a bad emoji, I commented back, and I was like, yeah, I know, just from experience, see you on the fly. I essentially then replied to essentially being like, yeah, you know, most are bad, but fly-by-wire. Oh, my sister's calling.
UPS Tree 9er, 24 heavy descend and maintain 8,000 feet. Keep speed not above 230 knots.
Descend and maintain 8,000 feet. Keep speed not above 230 knots. UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy.
UPS Tree 9er, 24 heavy contact NorCal approach on 134.5.
134.5 UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy. NorCal approach UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy is at 13,600 feet, descending 8,000 feet.
UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy NorCal approach altimeter 29.84 continue to Furley as planned. UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy, you are tree 1 miles east. Descend and maintain 3,400 feet. Expect ILS runway 28 right approach by ARCHI transition. Clear to ARCHI.
Descend and maintain 3,400 feet. Expect ILS runway 28 right approach by ARCHI transition. Clear to ARCA UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy.
UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy contact Oakland Center on 127.45.
127.45 for UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy. Oakland Center UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy is passing 12,300 feet, descending 3,400 feet.
UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy Oakland, center altimeter 29.85, continue to dialed as planned. UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy contact NorCal approach on 134.5.
134.5 for UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy. Norcal approach UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy is passing 11,400 feet, descending 3,400 feet.
UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy NorCal approach altimeter 29.85 continue to dial as planned. UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy descend and maintain 3,000 feet.
Descend and maintain 3,000 feet UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy.
UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy contact Oakland Center on 127.45.
127.45 UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy. Oakland Center UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy is passing 10,100 feet, descending 3,000 feet.
UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy Oakland, center altimeter 29.85, continue to dialed as planned. UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy contact NorCal approach on 134.5.
134.5 UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy. NorCal approach UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy is passing 9,200 feet, descending 3,000 feet.
UPS Tree 9er 24 heavy NorCal approach altimeter 29.85 continue to dial as planned. UPS tree 924 heavy descend and maintain 5,000 feet.
Descend and maintain 5,000 feet UPS tree 924 heavy.
UPS tree 924 heavy descend and maintain 4,000 feet.
Descend and maintain 4,000 feet UPS tree 924 heavy.
UPS tree 924 heavy descend and maintain 3,000 feet.
Descend and maintain 3,000 feet UPS tree 924 heavy.
UPS tree 924 heavy, you are 13 miles southeast of San Francisco. Contact San Francisco Tower on 120.5 when inbound.
Tower on 120.5 UPS tree 924 heavy. San Francisco Tower UPS tree 924 heavy 12 miles southeast inbound ILS runway 28 right approach.
UPS tree 924 heavy San Francisco Tower. Altimeter 29.86 wind 24 tree at 7. Cleared ILS runway 28 right approach.
Cleared ILS runway 28 right approach UPS tree 924 heavy.
$2,500.
UPS tree 924 heavy wind 016 at 8. Cleared to land runway 28 right.
Cleared to land runway 28 right UPS tree 924 heavy.
One thousand. 500. 400. 300. 200. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
UPS tree 924 heavy turn, next taxiway. UPS tree 924 heavy contact ground on 121.8.
121.8 for UPS tree 924 heavy. San Francisco ground UPS tree 924 heavy request taxi to parking.
UPS tree 924 heavy taxi to general aviation parking via taxiway Quebec. Cross runway 10 right Quebec Bravo 1 Bravo.
Taxiing to general aviation parking using taxiway Quebec cross runway 10 right Quebec Bravo 1 Bravo UPS tree 924 heavy.